सजना तेरे बिना सजना तेरे बिना साडा कलिया जी नहीं लगना साडा कलिया जी नहीं लगना सजना तेरे बिना 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 जाने खुदा मेहरमा तेरे सिवा कौन मेरा कभी ना होगी जुदा छोड़ी ना साथ मेरा तेरे बिन नहीं लगता दिल मेरा ढूंढना तेरे बिन नहीं लगता दिल मेरा ढूंढना सब छिड़ जावे तू मैंने छोड़ना तेरे बिन नहीं लगता दिल मेरा ढूंढना छाप तिलक सब छीन लिए मुझसे नाम नहीं छाप तिलक सब छीन लिए मुझसे नाम नहीं मैं नाम लेके मुझसे नाम लेके मैं नाम लेके मुझसे नाम लेके छाप तिलक सब छीन लिए मुझसे नाम लेके छाप तिलक सब छीन लिए मुझसे नाम लेके मुझसे अलीदा पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदा पहला नंबर हो लाल गई मत रखियो बना जुलना सीरिया से बना सभी शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदा पहला नंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर
Mhm.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could I ask you all to please take your seats? We're about to begin. Thank you. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. In respect for World Mental Health Day and in alignment with the United Nations theme for 2025, Access to Services, Mental Health in Catastrophes and Emergencies, Abhyas, in collaboration with the Indira Gandhi Center for Indian Culture, IGCIC in Mauritius, warmly welcomes you to this conference on mental well-being for all. Abhyas School of Yoga would like to humbly acknowledge the distinguished presence of His Excellency Mr. Dharamveer Gokul, President of the Republic of Mauritius, and the First Lady, Mrs. Gokul, His Excellency Mr. Anurag Srivastava, High Commissioner of India to Mauritius, the Honorable Dr. Jyoti Chetan, Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, the Honorable Nishta Baburam, Junior Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Mrs. Babita Tanu, Local MP of Constituency Number 8, Mr. Vimash Aryan, Deputy High Commissioner of India, Ms. Katie Lalore, Deputy High Commissioner of Australia, all members of Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Kishorilal Ganga, Honorary Consulate of Israel, Mr. Nikesh Chandra Patel, Honorary Consulate of Rwanda, Dr. Kandambini Acharya, Director of IGCIC. We also wish to humbly acknowledge the distinguished presence of our contributors who have dedicated service to humanity in Mauritius and who are here with us today. Dr. Swastikam Foundation, Kumar, Vice President, Mrs. Caroline Arikion, Director, Mr. Tony Leland, Climate Change Action Forum, Mr. Sam Lothan, National Agency for Drug Control, Ms. Naina Reshmi, Children's Foundation, Mrs. C. Ratan, Mrs. Oni, Govindraman Sen School, Gaya Singh Ashram, Revered Swami Yoga, Yogamitrananda from Mata Amritananda Mai Association, Sister Sunyukta, Head of Brahmkumari, Mr. Anwar Ali, Urdu Speaking Union, Dr. Santi Mahabir, President of Arya Samaj, Mr. Feroz Mohanat, Bail Jamaat ul Musulman, Madame Veena Arun, Ramayan Center, Mrs. Dr. Vandana Lamba, President, Human Services Trust, all protocols observed. This conference emphasizes the urgent, utmost importance of safeguarding mental well-being, especially during times of global instability. I am Aarti Ram.
Sorry. And I am Priyanka. We are delighted to be your MCs today.
I would like to request all guests in the audience to kindly put their phones on silent for this forum. Welcome to all of you. Namaste, bienvenue à tous.
This is a time when many of us are awakening to a different level of life. Mental well-being is not separate from us. It is not something out there. Everything around us and how we incorporate it into our lives shapes who we are. True mental well-being begins with understanding your own thought processes, where they come from and why they arise. There is no need to seek understanding elsewhere. By understanding ourselves, we gain insight into everything as it is. By knowing ourselves deeply, we can comprehend the world around us. Being self-aware and non-reactive is a human capacity we have always possessed. Yet learning to live this fully has often eluded us because changing ourselves is the most difficult journey. Through discipline, conscious lifestyle choices, and reflective awareness, we can create a life of balance, resilience, and inner harmony. This approach to well-being is rooted not only in strategy but in awareness, where mental health is seen as an inner resource and human potential is strengthened through conscious shifts in perception, behavior, and collective culture. Language can sometimes obscure understanding if it becomes more important than the essence itself. True comprehension comes from silence and observation. When we have subdued all distractions and reached the zenith of silence, when nothing can disconcert us, we speak in a way that is truly worth listening to. At that point, boundaries of language, religion, and culture fall away, and the core discovery of human existence shines through. Sanskrit or Samskrita is not just a language, it is a mode of communication that aligns mind and body with higher vibrations. It can serve as the song of the neurons, enhancing cerebral memory, mental clarity, and overall well-being. Learning Sanskrit offers an opportunity to explore untapped dimensions of human potential, helping us cultivate a society conducive to harmony and collective awareness. This conference seeks to champion mental well-being as a universal right and a shared responsibility. By becoming catalysts for change through observing ourselves, welcoming different perspectives, and acting consciously, we contribute to a healthier and more inclusive society. The Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness, based at La Laura Center, promotes mental well-being through research-driven programs that address lifestyle, social, and workplace factors. Abhyas works across corporates, government, institutions, prisons, drug
and the resources around us, we can become catalysts for change in our communities, workplaces, and society at large. Merci, Mesdames et Messieurs, and let us begin this journey of discovery and holistic mental well-being together. We begin our ceremony with the traditional lamp lighting, invocation chants, and honoring of our guests. Please can I invite Mr. Manish Duma, President of Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness, Ms. Nalini Gopal, Legal Advisor, Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness, Dr. Kadambini Acharya,
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you to our dignitaries. We now move to our first keynote address. I would like to request Mr. Manish to felicitate the Honourable Junior Minister Baburam. It is our honour to introduce the Honourable Anishta Baburam. She is a Mauritian politician currently serving as the Junior Minister of Health and Wellness since August 2025. She has previously served as advisor in public relations at the Ministry of Women's Rights, Child Development and Family Welfare, and as a member of the National Preventative Mechanism Division under the National Human Rights Commission, holding an LLM in International Commercial Law from London Metropolitan University. Honourable Baburam was also the Director General of the Rising Network Limited, founder of Rising News, and was teaching law while serving as President of the NGO The Rising. She will speak on mental well-being and inclusivity in post-pandemic communities.
The Director of IGCIC, Mrs. Kadambini, the members of Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to commend the Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness and the IGICI for this wonderful initiative to organize this event on mental well-being for all. The subject we are talking about today is something that I hold at heart.
I would like to share with you some thoughts and some experiences as well. Because very often we hear stories to which we do not connect and which are fictitious. Recently, a few months ago, I bought a book. This book. I will tell you the title. The title is Change Your Brain, Change Your Life. It was written by Dr. Daniel Amen, who is very well known for his Amen clinics in the USA. Dr. Amen explains something in his book, and it is very important that you take cognizance of this. He says that when we are hurt physically, we go to the doctor or to the nurses in order to put a plaster where we are hurt. But when we suffer from a mental illness, we do not know what is happening to us. The reason is when you go to a cardiologist, for example, he will do a scan, then make his diagnosis. Almost all doctors do this. Psychiatrists don't do this. Your brain is the most important organ of your body. Yet, most of us don't even know what it looks like. Most of us judge others by their behaviors. When you find someone having patterns, behavioral patterns, we often tend to judge them and that he's doing something wrong. He's getting angry for no reason. He's someone who is not conforming to the norms of society. But many of us never take the trouble to have a brain scan imaging done in order to know where something is wrong in the brain. I'll give you a simple example of a well-known public figure in the world, Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was the president of the United States. Very often people think, and I must say that this is common nowadays, that politicians do not suffer from mental illnesses because we are seen as people who drink, eat, having fun, and doing nothing else than that. But Abraham Lincoln, it dates not only today. Let's go back to that age when that president of the United States, who did not even know social media, and who was not even a victim of social media, suffered from various bouts of depression. And Abraham Lincoln, when he suffered, he went to see psychiatrists at that time, and he was being evaluated without a scan, because at that time, all these facilities, all these medical facilities did not exist. Today, we do have these medical facilities, and we should make use of them. Because many people don't know what happened to Abraham Lincoln was that at some point in time, he was hit by a horseshoe in his head, and this is what affected part of his brain. Now, you must be telling me, what is the relation between depression and being hit by a horseshoe. And let me tell you that it is deeply connected. In fact, when you read this book, I read this a few months ago. I didn't know I was going to end up at the Ministry of Health at that time. And I think this is what helped me most in my life, because it kind of came as a self-help book. So what Dr. Amen explains in his book is that all our behaviors which seem to be unusual are most often dictated by an injury that we happen to have in our head, even if it was the smallest injury, because our brain is so soft that it can get affected even if someone hits you on the head. And maybe most of us do have issues and we don't even know. If you read the book, you will have further information. I'm not here to promote the book of Dr. Amen, but I wanted to share these few pieces of advice and the stories that were important for you to know. Now, coming to our government's actions for mental well-being. I would fail in my duty if I don't tell you that our government, my minister, Honorable Anil Bichu, and the ministry to which I belong today, I think most officers and doctors are sitting here. I've seen Dr. Radhakrishnan and many others. I'm sorry, I have a small problem with my vision, so I cannot see everyone, but I did see you. So I'm very proud to announce that as Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of India, announced this very year, the Ayush project will become a reality soon, because we are going to create, with the help of the government of India, the Ayush Center. And talking about the Ayush Center, many people maybe do not know what I'm talking about. Ayush in Sanskrit means longevity. That is, when you live long. But the A in Ayush stands for Ayurveda, the Y stands for yoga and naturopathy, the U stands for Unani, the S stands for Siddha, and homeopathy, which are promoted by the Indian government today. And it is a matter of pride that in India, there is even a ministry of Ayush, which many of us may not even know about. So bringing Ayush in Mauritius is what is going to help many people with their mental well-being. Why do I say this? It is because, once again, if you go through the book of the renowned Dr. Amen, you will see one of the things he says that can help someone recover from a depression, recover from anxiety, recover from ADD, ADHD, all these mental illnesses. One of the ways to recover from these is to practice yoga, to have access to Ayurveda, and to do everything, traditional medicines, and everything that I have mentioned until now. We live in a society where stress keeps increasing, where people keep criticizing. When you open your phone, when you open your social media, when you open the newspapers, all you see is bad news. And even if you don't go to work, even if you don't have a superior, an employer who is putting a pressure on you, by just reading these news, you are already stressed. So when we live in such conditions, I think it's important that we have such events that has been organized today by the I forgot the name again, by the Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness in collaboration with the IGICI. So with these few words, once again, I commend you for this event, and I wish you a very fruitful conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honourable Junior Minister Baburam, for those truly inspiring words.
Let's celebrate uniqueness of diversity and the unity of the air we breathe, not discriminate between race. All are just one.
I Augusto to felicitate Geeta Durkee. Geeta Devi Durkee is a medical doctor and researcher specializing in brain health and mental health equity. A senior Atlantic Fellow at the Global Brain Health Institute, Trinity College, Dublin, she focuses on dementia prevention. Holding dual master's degrees in hospital administration and public health, she serves at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Her work promotes early intervention and equitable brain health, including authoring a policy framework for young brains in Mauritius.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, colleagues from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, dear friends, partners from Abhyas Institute and Indira Gandhi Center for Indian Culture, very good and warm good afternoon and namaste to everyone. It is a true honor today for me to be here representing the ministry.
Sorry about that, Dr. Durkee. I have an urgent announcement. Can vehicle number AD 2208 kindly remove their vehicle? You're blocking the presidential entourage. AD 2208, swiftly, please move your vehicle. Thank you very much. Please, sorry.
So I'll go through it again. So it's a true honor for me to be here today among people who deeply care about this very important quality, about the very important pillar of our life, and that is mental well-being for all. Our gathering here at the Indira Gandhi Center holds special meaning. Mauritius and India share more than history. We share values, we share compassion and learning. India has inspired us with deep culture, philosophy, and science. And we in Mauritius, we have woven those threads into our daily lives and in our unity. In both nations, health is not only about hospital, it is about people. It is about relationship and about the strength of human spirit. As our national song reminds us, as one people, as one nation, in peace, justice, and liberty. We rise together, not just in times of celebration, but also in times of hardship. Leadership from the Ministry of Health and Wellness perspective is not only found in office or in policies, it is found in every healthcare worker who listen to the patient. It is found in the caregiver who sits beside a loved one, and in every citizen who takes small step towards better health. On the other hand, empowerment is not a slogan, it is an act. It means giving people the tools, the trust, and the confidence to care for themselves and for others. It also means truly listening to what people needs. In our clinic and in the community, we see everyday heroes of leadership: the nurse, the community health worker, the psychologists, and families who keep the country heart beating. We cannot talk more about empowerment without the facts and realities. The non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, and mental illness are affecting almost every Mauritian. Nearly 1 in 3 adults live with diabetes or prediabetes. Mental health challenges, once hidden in silence, are now visible in every home, every workplace, and every classroom. The global burden of disease reminds us that mental and neurological disorders account for 1 in every 5 years live with disabilities. And in Mauritius, we have achieved so much. We still spend about 2.6% of the GDP on health, which shows the urgency of strengthening systems, investing in human capacity, and value prevention as much as cure. But remember that behind every number, there is a person. And behind every person, there is a story. Our parents and grandparents, they lived through times when mental health was not even spoken about. Yet, they built this country with courage and faith. Now it is our generation turn, not only to build hospital, but to build understanding. In Creole, we often say, "Nutu ena nu valer." This is empowerment, to recognize the worth of every human being. And in Bhojpuri, there is one simple phrase, "Dil se kaam karo to sab theek ho jaye." When we act from the heart, things fall into place. Because leadership is not a strategy, it is hard work. Mental health is not just about illnesses. It means connection, dignity, and it has got a lot of meaning. It is about ensuring that no one goes alone on this way or through their struggle. There is a sense of belonging, and this is what our ministry strives to create through community outreach, education, and partnership. Empowerment begins when leadership meets compassion, when government works with people, when hospital becomes place not just for treatment, but trust. And when the ministry joins hands with local and international partners to share knowledge, strengthen training, and ensure access for all, especially in mental health. The Ministry of Health and Wellness partners with the World Health Organization, the Indian government, and other international allies. And this reminds us that Mauritius is part of the global family. We learn, we adapt, and we share our voice, not just in size, but strong in spirit. As I look across this room, I do not see only faces. I just see more than that, because I see the collective energy of a nation that believes in health, in hope, and in humanity. Let us remember, leadership is not a title, it is a responsibility. Empowerment is not an event, it is a daily choice. If each one of us take one step to care, to listen, to act, then all together we create ripples of well-being that reach every home, every heart, and the future generation. Mauritius has always been small in geography, but vast in soul. And it is this soul of unity in diversity that will light our way forward. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. Mental stability is the foremost criterion for success. We now give a warm welcome to Govindraman Sen School to present an artistic performance themed Harmony Within, reflecting the connection between mind, body, and environment. Just before we have this very talented young girl join us on the stage, I would like to warmly welcome Mrs. Anisha Siratan to the stage. She will be doing a short presentation before the performance will begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Arya Sabha Mauritius runs two special needs schools, Srimati LP Govindraman Ayurvedic Science School, one in Unionville and the other one is in Buvalong. So today we are here to represent Unionville Special Needs School. So our school caters to students with autism, intellectual disabilities, learning disabilities, and many other special needs. Our schools offers academic programs including PSAC, early childhood, and modular grade 5 levels, along with extracurricular activities such as crafts for different festivals. For example, Diwali festival, Eid, Spring, Chinese New Year. We often conduct yoga classes to help students relax, focus, and improve their well-being. We also organize Zumba classes to promote fitness, coordination, and enjoyment among students. And we must not forget that these children are special in their own unique and wonderful ways. They are capable of doing many things independently and possess unique hidden talents that make them truly remarkable. And we are here to guide and support them as they explore their uniqueness, discover their strength, and shine in their own special ways. Thus, our extracurricular activities are designed to meet all areas of learning, supporting students' physical, social, emotional, and creative development. On behalf of our school, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Abhyas School of Yoga and their team for their valuable contribution and support. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Shanti Mohabia, President of Arya Sabha Mauritius, for gracing us with her presence and encouragement today. We also extend our appreciation to the Special Needs Authority, that is SENA, for their dedication and commitment in uplifting and empowering our special angels. Last but not least, our warm thanks to our manager, Mr. Persenu, who despite not being with us today due to other commitments, continues to guide and support our school in every way possible. Thank you all for your presence and support.
So as we welcome our lovely, talented young children to the stage, please join me in giving a big round of applause. We hope you enjoy the performance. Thank you.
Drum, dum ta, drum ta, dhalam ko tak tak ra de dam gira gira ta, drum drum ta, ta kita ta drum drum ta dum ta drum ta kita ta gira ta, ta kita ta, dan ta dan ta da drum ta nam ta rum ta gira ta. Dim ta gira ta drum. Dim da ta jum, Dum da 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 jum dum da kita da 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 dim da da jum dim da da kita jum jum da kita da jum da kita jum kita dum da ni da da dum da ni da da jum da da
Wow.
That was
Wow.
beautiful.
Amazing. I think we should give them
Another
another
round of applause. Thank you so much to Govindraman Sen School for that beautiful, wonderful performance. Harmony between body and mind is primitive in yoga.
I would now like to request Augusto to felicitate Dr. Anjali Barambuli. We are pleased to invite Dr. Anjali Barambuli from the University of Mauritius, an accomplished academic with over 2 decades of experience in psychological sciences. Holding a PhD in psychology, she has supervised numerous doctoral candidates and contributed to research on ethical practices, gerontology, and academic work burnout, blending ancient spiritual wisdom with modern psychology. Dr. Barambuli will speak on youth resilience in education.
Good afternoon, learned peers and friends. I stand here in gratitude and to all those who chose to be here on a weekend. Now, at this moment, we just witnessed a profound performance. Her kinetic was such beautiful expressions. Now we reflect on mental health, but really, don't we have to question the quality, not the quantity of thoughts? Don't we have to question and identify the repetitive pattern of thoughts and anxiety and not only listen, but take positive actions? Now, we walk with ruminating mind. Qui n'arrive, qui n'arrive, qui peut arriver, qui peut arriver. We call it the monkey mind and the ANT, automatic negative thoughts. Now we drive cars in such aggressivity. We buy bread in hypermarket with argumentative attitudes. And we go works with emotions. Without realizing, we trigger a domino effect, an avalanche of anxiety to yourself and to others. And, kids, teenagers, they learn from us. Did you know that kids are the best silent detective? They copy everything. And you are being observed. Now, your facial expression may be the anger in your tonality when you're having a conversation. And maybe when we avoid eye contact and the way we look at others. And now, dear parents, I know we are parents here. You are not only here as participants. You are the first teacher, the everyday mirror, that your child see themselves first. And they keep an eye on how we react to conflicts and how we treat others. Every word and every action becomes their blueprint. Now, you know, we live in paradox. We are more connected, we are more comfort, we have high tech, and then we have advanced science and medicine, yet we fail in silence. We have inner conflicts, and we have collateral damage in family and relation. We have professional burnout behind bright smile. And we are quick to judge and gossip. Et entendez, ça, un drama queen, ça. So when we have such quality of conversation, and we have unspoken emotions, no doubt, depression is the next pandemic. You know, often when I'm talking to family members, friends, and we identify anxiety, stress, depression, they would answer, qui on dit à moi là? Une dépression de mon famille, une stress de mon partenaire, moi? Ou bien anxiety, moi? De mon condamn, bien stress, bien anxiety. You would often deny, and when we deny, we have collateral damage. When we say, cinta, cita, saman. Cinta, cita, saman. What we mean? Our ancestors knew this. They healed in grounding, not the way we do today. Now they were grounding by walking barefoot. We ground now by reclining on the couch and scrolling in TikTok. TikTok? Now, they were relaxed when they would be among trees. We are chillaxed when we have Wi-Fi. And they gazed at the moon, but we gaze on our screen till 2 a.m. And we call it me time, moment à moi. So you know our dada, daddy, nana, nani, they connected to the soil, and we connect to the charger. Now maybe it's time to reconnect, not just to network, but to ourselves. Now we can question the choice that we make in every moment, in every interaction. And I invite you to reflect on these words, the quality of conversation, the quality of thoughts. Thank you very much. Namaste. And I would like to gift the beautiful girl my flowers, if ever she's here. She was dancing? She was dancing? Oh. To the teenager who was dancing. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali Boyambali. We'll certainly make sure the young lady who was dancing earlier will get your flowers. Thank you very much for being so benevolent. Thank you.
No matter how many times failure knocks you down, your perseverance is eroding its power each time. Perseverance suffocates failure.
I would now like to request Augusto to felicitate Revered Swami Yoga Mitrananda. Revered Swami Yoga Mitrananda is a disciple of Amma and minister in charge of the Mata Amritanandamayi Center in Mauritius. He began his spiritual journey in 1990 after working as a marketing executive. A global trainer of integrated Amrita meditation, he guides corporates, defense officers, students, and communities, inspiring awareness, inner peace, motivation, and selfless service through Amma's teaching of love and compassion. He will speak on mental resilience after catastrophes and community well-being initiatives.
Om Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. My humble pronouns to honorable ministers and distinguished guests and all those who are present here. Thank you very much for inviting me for this national conference for the mental well-being for all, organized by Abhyas School of Yoga in collaboration with IGCIC. When problems arise in our life, when we go through trials and tribulations, we feel lost, our whole life shattered. But we have to develop the mental strength to go through it and march forward. The great masters and the holy scriptures show us the path, teach us ways to gain the inner strength by harnessing the potential lying in each one of us. When great calamities occur, whether it is natural disasters or human-made, it is the collective efforts of people which brings back harmony in the society. Now here, I would like to share how Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, under the direct guidance of Amma, Sadguru Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, responded to such situations. Her belief is that in times of crisis, it is imperative that we come together to comfort the distressed. Her compassion is based on practical action. In 2004, the Indian Ocean tsunami claimed more than 225,000 lives. As the waves rushed towards our ashram at Amritapuri, it's in Kerala, India, Amma instantly initiated. Amma means mother, that's why we refer to Mata Amritanandamayi Devi. Amma instantly initiated a range of simultaneous efforts. Over 20,000 people from ashram and its surrounding villages were evacuated to the mainland. Amrita University buildings became refugee camps. For months, food, medical treatment, and shelter continued for more than 30,000 people in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. 6,200 permanent houses were built. 700 boats were provided to restore coastal livelihood. 2,500 youths were given vocational training. Recanalization was done for 6 women who lost children. Yes, all gave birth. 3 had twins. Evacuation bridge was built from seashore to mainland, and 13,000 plus women self-groups were formed, which helped women to become independent and self-confident. They were trained in tailoring, embroidery, footwear production, and food processing, just to name a few. Children's camps were conducted for 10,000 children from regions struck by disaster. Teams of psychiatrists and psychologists were brought to conduct special counseling sessions. To assess the trauma hidden in the subconscious, children were asked to draw pictures to express themselves freely. Swimming lessons were given to them to help them overcome their fear of water. So that's the practical side of what we could do that time. Now, when people come and see Amma, maybe some of you must have heard of Amma, Mata Sri, Sadguru Sri Mata Amritantamai Devi. We have a center over here since 1997. 1987, Amma had been coming. The last she came here was 2016. So when people come and see Amma, pour out their hearts, cry telling their problems, she consoles them by words, by a motherly embrace. It is more than an embrace, which is a single dialogue where struggle speaks and solace replies without words. Within the warmth of Amma's arms, weights are lifted and seeds of transformation are sown, growing into acts of love that ripple far beyond the moment. Every institution, every act of service is born from this still point. Amma's darshan is the hidden spring, the quiet source from which a river of compassion flows outward to embrace the world. Till now, she personally more than 40 million people all over the globe. Drawn to Amma's unconditional love, people of all walks of life come to her to selflessly serve people who are suffering. So, what began as a simple act of care unfolded into a vast movement leading to solutions for healthcare, education, livelihood, gender equality, environmental protection, rural development, the essential for a humankind. Carried out through a vast network of volunteers, every contribution is multiplied, transforming even a single act of giving into tenfold for those who need it most. Amma emphasizes that individual mental health is fundamentally tied to communal well being through compassion, selfless service, and spiritual practices, a holistic approach to mental health that extends beyond the individual to entire community. Amma teaches that humanity is not a collection of isolated individuals, but connected links in a chain. This perspective means that when one person suffers, the entire community is affected. Conversely, actions of kindness and love from one person can spread joy and uplift others. Amma stresses that helping others is a powerful way to strengthen one's own mind and overcome personal struggle. Engaging in selfless service redirects focus from one's own problems to the needs of the others, which can provide a profound sense of purpose and fulfillment. By seeing the pain of others as our own, a person can move beyond self centeredness and act with genuine empathy. This leads to a more supportive and harmonious community where individuals are equipped to alleviate the sorrow of those around. Amma's teachings are put into action through the humanitarian work of embracing the world, which addresses the communal mental health through wide ranging programs. Ayudh, empowering youth. Ayudh is youth wing of MA Mat, which helps to channel energy to young people towards selfless service, helping them integrate universal values into daily lives and become compassionate leaders. The Mutt's humanitarian programs are multifaceted and strive to alleviate the burden of the world's poor by providing five basic needs: food, shelter, healthcare, education, and livelihood wherever and whenever possible. Now, how can we derive the inner strength? How can we channelize our energy so that we can do selfless service? We have been talking about the natural disasters, the catastrophe. But let us also think about the mental catastrophe. Now, if everything is smooth in life, everybody is happy. But then our life is full of ups and downs. When there is a financial crisis, when there is a chronic disease, I'm telling about extreme conditions, when there is some loss in the family, when there is some compromise in relationship, some problems in the family. Nowadays, the Parents are more tensed. When all these things come in the family, how are we going to face it? Because this is not something which perhaps goes at a psychological level, mental level. We can solve many problems. But there are times when extreme situations where we have to learn to witness our own mind. That's where perhaps the practice of yoga, meditation comes to our aid. It is only through regular spiritual practices, through yoga, meditation, prayers, by acquiring the right knowledge, by knowing our true self, our real nature, can we, face these things. I will tell you a small story, which often Amma says. There was a king who had 4 wives. The first wife, he used to take wherever he went. The second wife was given a lot of ornaments and dress and everything. The third wife, he had no secrets because he was very open. Openly used to discuss everything. The fourth one was neglected. The fourth one didn't exist for the king. Now the king became old. He was about to die. He called the first wife. I'm going. Will you come with me? What's the answer? Are you mad? The second wife was called. I've given you everything. Will you come with me? Same thing. Are you crazy? The third one, yes, I can come up to the cremation ground, not beyond. The fourth one was neglected. But she came, said, my lord, I'll come with you wherever you go. The king was shocked. The whole life he neglected the fourth wife. This is a symbolic story. The first one is the name and fame, like, the position, what we hold on to. I am this, I am that. It's not going to come when the final bell rings. The second one, we acquire wealth. Of course, we need. But then does it come? The third wife, the relatives and friends can come up to the cremation ground. And the fourth one we neglect, it's our own soul. So, the more we are tuned to our true being, the more we understand others' pain, because we are all connected like the beads in one string. The more we are tuned to our true being, the more we understand others' pain. Meditation results in developing a compassionate heart, which results eventually in selfless actions beneficial to fellow human beings, to the entire creation. In Ishavasya Upanishad, there is a famous verse, Estu sarvani bhudani atmanyevanu pashyati sarva bhudheshu cha atmanam tato na vijgupsade. When you that your own self, when you know yourself, when you realize yourself, when you know that the same self exists in everybody, how can you hate others? There the real oneness comes. In the verse 29 of chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord reveals his absolute neutrality. I am equal to all beings. None is hateful to me, none dear. Yet whoever worships me with devotion, he dwells in me and I in him. Here the Gita reaches its most compassionate expression of Advaita, not the cold abstraction of philosophy, but the warm, living unity of experience in realizing oneness. In realizing oneness, the devotee does not withdraw from the world, but sees divinity everywhere and serves all beings as forms of the Lord himself. I pray to the Almighty to give us the right knowledge and also turn us into fit instruments to serve selflessly. I sincerely thank you once again to all the coordinators for inviting me for this great occasion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, revered Swami Yoga Mitrananda, for those really beautiful and inspiring words.
If just at our best self, the truest self, the result of what we become is the service to the entire humanity.
I would now like to request Richard, the Drug and Prison Rehabilitation Abhyas instructor, to felicitate Mr. Mahesh Ramisa. We now invite Mr. Mahesh Ramisa from the Mauritian Prison Services. Mr. Ramisa joined the Mauritius Prison Service in 1989 and has served across all correctional institutions, gaining extensive operational and rehabilitation experience. A qualified social worker, he currently serves as Chief Prisons Welfare Officer. With international exposure through a United Nations study tour in Australia, he brings a unique blend of frontline experience and academic insight, focusing on offender rehabilitation, mental health, and social reintegration. He will discuss social dimensions of trauma, inclusivity, and community resilience.
Distinguished guests, esteemed psychologists, university academics, mental health professionals, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good afternoon to you all. Before starting, let me take this opportunity to present my sincere apology on behalf of the Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Dave Joku, who could not attend the function for some personal reasons. As Chief Prisons Welfare Officer, I have been directed to address you on this occasion. It is both a honor and a profound responsibility to address you today as we commemorate World Mental Health Day and there's an inspiring theme, access to services, mental health in catastrophes and emergencies. The Mauritius Prison Service plays a very significant role within our criminal justice system in Mauritius. It is administered by the Commissioner of Prison, and there's a direct responsibility of the Secretary for Home Affairs at the Prime Minister's Office. Prisons Department envisions a safer Mauritius through best correctional practice. Our mission statement is to serve society by keeping detainees in safe, humane custody and help prepare them for a useful life. We currently have 12 prisons in our Republic of Mauritius. We have around 1,300 prison staff of different ranks and files. We have around 3,000 detainees in all our prisons. 10% of the prison population are women. 50% of our prison population are on remand, are waiting for a trial. Around 94% of prison population are in the age group of 18 to 30 years. We have around 10% of prison population who are foreigners from 48 different countries. And more than 65% of the prison population are chemically dependent and have an acute addiction problem. So within the prisons department, we are aware that mental health represents both a challenge and an opportunity for change. Our prison population holds a disproportionately high rate of mental illness compared to the general community. This reality reflects broader social challenges, including substance misuse disorders, precarious lifestyles, and the rise in criminal behavior, all of which act as precipitating factors for mental health distress and instability. However, the story does not end here. Our prison officers too face mental health challenges that stem from the demanding and often hostile prison environment, long hours, and emotional burnout. As such, mental health within our service is not confined to detainees alone. It extends to every man and woman who wears a uniform. In recognition of this, we have a prison health service which has evolved into a comprehensive multidisciplinary framework composed of doctors, nurses, and psychologists who provide round-the-clock support to both detainees and officers. Our mental health interventions encompass both pharmacological treatments and psychological consultations tailored to individual needs. Importantly, there exists a strong collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, through which visiting psychiatrists conduct monthly psychiatric clinic across our prison institutions. This partnership ensures continuity of care and professional oversight of all critical cases. This year's theme reminds us that mental well-being is not a privilege, but a universal right, one that transcends social, economic, and institutional boundaries. It calls upon us to transform spaces of pain into spaces of healing, to shift from chaos toward harmony, and to foster a culture of inclusivity, empathy, and resilience within our communities and correctional institutions alike. Detainees convicted of serious offenses, such as murder or sexual crimes, and those serving long-term sentences undergo psychological assessment upon entry, followed by development of a personalized treatment plan to ensure ongoing follow-up and emotional stability. This proactive approach reflects our commitment to rehabilitation, not only through discipline, but also through understanding and therapeutic intervention. The path from chaos to harmony begins when we acknowledge that trauma, isolation, and stigma often underpin destructive behaviors. To address these, we must cultivate inclusive communities within and beyond our prison walls that support recovery and reintegration. Mental health care is not merely about treating illness, it is about restoring dignity, rebuilding hope, and strengthening resilience. It calls upon every officer and every welfare worker and every healthcare professional to be part of the healing process. The prison department in Mauritius cannot provide all rehabilitation programs in isolation. There is always a need to enlist the collaboration of organizations within the civil society. Supporting the mental well-being of individuals during crisis is not just important, it saves lives, gives people the strength to cope, space to heal and to recover and rebuild, not only as individual, but as communities. That's why it is essential for everyone, including government officials, health and social care providers, school staff, community groups, to come together. By working hand in hand, we can ensure the most vulnerable have access to the support they need while protecting the well-being of everyone. By investing in evidence and community-based interventions, we can address immediate mental health needs, foster long-term recovery, and empower peace and community to rebuild their lives. One key takeaway was how essential connections, both within detention centers and between detention centers and the wider community, to promote mental health among people in detention and thus reducing recidivism. We have built up a peer support system where selected people in prison are being trained to support their others in navigating prison life and how to get help after release. Mental health is critical not only for society as a whole, but also for a particularly vulnerable population, people living in prisons. Prison health is public health. While places of detention restrict freedom, they should never compromise people's access to quality health care. We are constantly promoting united action for better health, leaving no one behind. Over the past years, we have had some dedicated NGOs partnering with the prison department to provide psychosocial support to detainees, more particularly those with mental health issues. The Abhyas School of Yoga in Mauritius has been intervening in the women prison, the Melrose prison, and with some staff of the prison training school. The pool of experienced instructors of the Abhyas School of Yoga has been able to bring about an inner transformation in the lives of those people by promoting emotional balance, reducing mental health disorders, and enhancing quality of life. Through yoga and meditation and breathing techniques, detainees, especially those on long-term imprisonment, have been able to reinforce their coping mechanism with a positive attitude and thereby creating a harmonious workplace. Of course, there's always room for improvement, and we will have to devise ways and means to reach more and more detainees. Seize this opportunity to thank Abhyas School of Yoga, Manishji, and your team of instructors for this laudable initiative. Much appreciated. As we reflect on these themes, on this year's theme, let us reaffirm our shared responsibility to promote mental well-being for all. Let us continue building a prison system that is humane, rehabilitative, and grounded in compassion. One that truly embodies a spirit of harmony of Tech House. Together, through collaboration, empathy, and understanding, we can transform not only our institution, but also the lives entrusted to our care. World Health Mental Day serves as a powerful reminder that there is no health without mental health. This year's campaign focuses on the urgent need to support the mental health and psychosocial needs of people affected by humanitarian agencies. On this World Mental Health Day, let us intensify our efforts to create a world where mental health is valued, protected, and accessible for all, especially in the face of adversity. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you for those insights, Mr. Ramisa.
The question of outcome does not arise when the mind is trained to navigate through chaos. I would now like to welcome our next very special performance about inclusivity and creativity. So we will start with welcoming the Children Foundation to the stage, and they will be shortly joined after with Govindraman School. This performance is all about creativity, about being graceful and being authentic, all to highlight the theme of what it means to be inclusive and creative. Please give them a warm welcome, and let's keep the applauses going for the performance.
आज की ये रात करे दूर अंधेरा, दीप जले ऐसे लगे जैसे सवेरा। प्यार की सौगातें हो, तारों की बारातें हो, दूरी की न बातें हो, बस मुलाकातें हो, सबको यही देती संदेशा। दीपावली गली गली बन के खुशी छाई रे, रोशनी की चादर ओढ़े दीपावली आई रे। दीपावली गली गली बन के खुशी छाई रे, रोशनी की चादर ओढ़े दीपावली आई रे। हाथों में लेकर पूजा की थाली, लक्ष्मी जी की आरती उतारे, माथे पे अपने तिलक लगाए, आज अपने भाग हम सवारे। हमसे धन की देवी रूठे ना कभी, डोर सुख चैन की टूटे ना कभी, सबको यही देती संदेशा। भरे भरे मन खुशी से माते जी, चतुर्थी से आलो भरे दियाली आशे। ये दिवाली चारे पासे बढ़ के खुशी छाई वे, रोशनी दे रंग लगे दिवाली आई वे। There comes a time when we hear a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on pretending day by day that someone, somewhere will soon make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth in your love's all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
फ्री बैठ के हमको मक्खी नहीं मारना, हर दाव जीतेंगे हम, आता हमको नहीं हारना। हम हुक्म के इक्के हैं जुबान के पक्के, हम हुक्म के पक्के खाके था पेड़े जो एड़े से टेढ़े बने हैं, तो हम क्या करें? जोर लगा के जान लगा के बोलना। सबके होठों पे चर्चे हैं हमारे, ला 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 रे, ला 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 रे। देखो जमीन पे उतरे हैं सितारे। The room is on fire. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow me.
No, I think, no, kids, stop, guys, stay on the stage. I think that wasn't enough. They need a bigger round of applause. Come on. Amazing, amazing, Priyanka. We're dancing back there, it was amazing.
Great. So thank you so much to both Children's Foundation and Govind Raman School for live performance. Special thank you to Anisha Sirutan and Danny Dantu, who were working tirelessly to support and coach these children to perform so beautifully today on stage. Either competitiveness or creativity. Competitiveness kills creativity as it makes us exclusive and greater than someone else. Creativity comes from becoming all-inclusive and learning from all of being.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. You may exit through the left or right main doors and make your way to the event area. Kindly return to the main auditorium within 15 minutes, as soon we will be welcoming the Honorable President of the Republic. Thank you, and bon appetit.
Song is called Chanakya. So it's from. So now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mo espéré, zotin bien mangé. Thank you. Bien, bon, merci. I would now like to request Ala, Leadership Wellbeing Trainer, to felicitate Mr. Avinash Mitu. Please welcome Mr. Avinash Mitu, the Director of Knowledge 7, a multimedia company at the intersection of technology, innovation, and policy. Formerly Head of Experimentation at the UNDP Accelerator Lab and Senior Advisor at the Ministry of ICT, he has served on national boards and as a computer science lecturer, a Red Hat certified engineer, and a TEDx speaker. He holds master's degrees from l'École Normale Supérieure and INSA Lyon, France. He will explore technology's role in supporting and challenging mental health.
So thank you very much for having invited me. It's always a pleasure for me to come and speak with the public, and a public which is so knowledgeable already about everything about technology, because we live in a technological world. And also there are a few things which have been happening for the past few years, like artificial intelligence, that offer some opportunities, but are also some issues that we need to deal with if we want to get things right. So I'm supposed to have a presentation. Can it please? Okay, so I've been asked 7-8 minutes about intelligence, which is a very, very fascinating topic, and human operation, basically the way we operate every day. How can we use artificial intelligence in the best way possible so that we are better versions of ourselves, basically. And I'm a technologist, first and foremost, but I'll try not to be too enthusiastic about technology, because I do understand that not everyone is as comfortable as someone who has studied computer science, for instance. So, next slide, please. Or do I have? No. Okay. So, the very first thing that we need to understand is that when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are talking first and foremost about machines. And machines, they don't have any emotions as such, and they just execute instructions that we gave them. But artificial intelligence is a little bit different from the kind of software that we had before, in the sense that artificial intelligence initially is completely empty. It is like a baby which is just born. To make it become interesting, to make it become something like ChatGPT, for instance, you need to train it. And this is where the big issue lies, because who chooses with what to train that artificial intelligence? If you choose something which is completely false, like a baby which is exposed to something which is completely false, the artificial intelligence will also believe that thing which is false. If you choose something which is full of biases, let's say, for instance, you choose it with some data coming from, let's say, the US only, it won't know anything about Africa or India or China. So it's important for us to understand that the various artificial intelligences that we have around us have been trained by data selected by human beings. So at the same time, they reflect human choices. At the same time, they might have biases. For instance, I am not 100% sure that the various artificial intelligences that exist, like ChatGPT, know everything about, let's say, what is taught in schools in Mauritius. Because as far as I know, they were not given this course material when they were being trained. Now, the consequence of this is that when we deal with artificial intelligence, we are at the same time fascinated because it's so interesting to be able to ask a question and get an answer. But sometimes this creates a lot of we are anxious because the answer that we are getting does not correspond to what we already know. And this happens from time to time, especially when you are dealing with a topic in which you are an expert in. At the same time, this creates some thoughts on our side, and we start asking ourselves if a machine, for instance, creates so much nice pictures, like for instance, the picture on the right has been generated by ChatGPT. How, as a human being, can I compete with that? Because this has been generated within 1 second, and I can spend minutes, I won't be able to do as much. So we become anxious. We might question our autonomy. We might question our self-worth. But my opinion as a computer scientist is that we need to change this frame of mind. Artificial intelligence is just a tool. And therefore, if used properly, it becomes an extension of the mind instead of being something that is going to replace us. Next slide, please. One thing which is extremely important for people to understand is that the very best way to consider AI is as a digital assistant for yourself. You see, let's take any minister, any high commissioner, any CEO, they'll have a myriad of assistants and advisors helping them in their day-to-day work. We would love to have such advisors and assistants, but we don't have the resources. If we can have a machine which is next to us, which can help us in some way or another to make us better, to make us perform in a more efficient way, we need to be able to use this kind of new software. Now, something which is important as well is that right now there have been a lot of work on using AI to explore ways to make people better. Because some people suffer from all kinds of troubles, as you would know. And there have been a lot of developments, some of which I mentioned there. For instance, therapy chatbots. So some people have difficulties communicating, can actually discuss with a machine, and this machine is going to make them communicate more. There have been some researchers in, wearables, watches, which track your mood, and whenever there is some issue, there's some alert which goes to some place. And there have been so many things on, doing the maths which is behind to be able to detect signs of mental issues. Now, this being said, there's also the other side of the coin. The other side of the coin is that a lot of people are spending too much time with their phones, with their computers, and neglecting social interactions. So this is increasing the opportunities for loneliness, anxiety, especially for what I'll call the recluse. And the problem is that a lot of recluses now are young people. Have 2 kids. I know that a lot of young people spend a lot of time online and on their devices, and care must be taken so that they don't fall into this trap of becoming lonely, even though they are interacting with other people through computers. Okay? Now, what would be the solution? And this is going to be my last slide because I only have a few minutes. Next slide, please. So what is the solution to all this? Technology won't stop. Technology is here. Technology is going to basically rule the world. There's a saying among computer scientists, software is eating the world. Whenever you look now, there's software. Your car cannot work if there's no computer inside. Your phone doesn't work, obviously. Nothing here would work without computers. So technology is surrounding us, and this trend is going to continue. So we need to develop some kind of digital literacy but in such a way that ourself, we become much, much more comfortable with the use of technology, but also we understand that as tools, there are two sides of the coin. We need to be able to use those tools for us to become better versions of ourselves, as I've mentioned so many times. But at the same time, it's important for us to understand that at the end of the day, life is about human relationships. Life is about the kind of contributions that you make to society. And if technology is preventing you from, fulfilling all your potential, then there's a problem, and this problem cannot be addressed by someone else. It needs to be addressed by yourself. So this literacy, learning how to use technology properly, needs to be done. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, or someone mentioned, I was a senior advisor in government for so many years. There are some decisions which need to be made by policymakers, because for the whole population to become literate, the impetus, the push, needs to come from above. And therefore, resources also need to be mobilized. So we need to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be mentally, healthy in a digital society? Mentally healthy, if you are at home and just watching Netflix all day long, is that healthy? So are we in control of technology, or is the technology using us? And therefore, I'm going to end with this. Once we answer all those questions, and this is done at an individual level, but it also can be done in groups, then we achieve this state of self-awareness in the era of technology. Thank you. So I've been asked to wait. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash Mitu.
As is overpowers the future. Sorry about the mic. As is overpowers the future, not AI. As is, as in, how you are feeling and working towards it empowers the future, not AI. I would now like to welcome Mina Ade Budan to sing a song, Where Love Blossoms, a prayer from the Baha'i faith. Thank you, Mina. Can't find it? Okay. Just sing it.
Where there is love, where there is love, nothing is too much trouble, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, where there is love, nothing is too much trouble, nothing is too much trouble. And there's always time, time, time. 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 Where there is love, where there is love, nothing is too much trouble, nothing is too much trouble. Where there is love, where there is love, nothing is too much trouble, nothing is too much trouble. And there is always time, time, time. There's 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 always time, time, time. Unite and bind together the hearts. Unite and bind together the hearts. Join in the chord all the souls. Join in the chord all the souls. Oh Lord, make these faces radiant through the light of thy oneness. Unite and bind together the hearts. Unite, unite and bind together the hearts. Join in the chord all the souls. Join in the chord all the souls. Oh Lord, make these faces radiant through the light of thy oneness. Unite and bind together the hearts.
Thank you very much, Madame Nina, for those beautiful words. It was truly inspiring. I think you've touched everyone's heart. Please give her another round of applause for that. We just have something we would just like to give you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would now like to request Richard to felicitate Dr. Dharmesh Doman. We now invite Dr. Dharmesh Doman to share his insights on mental health interventions from the Harm Reduction Unit. Dr. Doman is a medical and health officer at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. He serves at the Harm Reduction Unit, integrating public health strategy with compassionate, trauma-informed care. He promotes inclusion, challenges stigma, and supports recovery through group and family therapy, transforming isolation into connection and fostering community. He will discuss the mental health interventions from the Harm Reduction Unit. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It's almost the evening now, so I will be saying good evening. I'm Dr. Duman Dharmesh from the Harm Reduction Unit. It's a branch of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, which is concerned with the problem of addiction. I'm going to take a topic which will be quite heavy, but it's also, a national problem, a national issue with the presence of Mr. Sam Lawton, the director of the NADEC, also here, and Dr. Kumar, who is here. He's an aspiration for me. He's my role model. So I would like to now go and encompass on the problem of addiction. Many a time we have a big problem of drugs in Mauritius. We say that we have many reports coming from the African Union saying that it is a second national problem of Mauritius, the first one being an economic problem. But do we really understand what is addiction? It is a term like everyone thinks like, yeah, I know, addiction, yeah, drugs. But really, when we go deeper in that, is addiction a disease? Do we really see it as a disease? What am I doing in this unit as a doctor? Do we need specialists? Is it related to mental health problem? Is it only a behavioral problem? Non, ban la comme ça, ban la prend, nous pas prendre. We are far away from that. But then suddenly when we have a family member in this problem, pas dire personne, hein, pas dire personne. Oui, docteur, non, confidential. Oui, I will preserve your confidentiality. But we should not be pointing fingers because this stigma and discrimination will be like creuse hadimala, please. There are many people who are suffering from addiction. I will be putting 3 scenarios in front of you. There's a father of a family, 40-year-old male, who is having much problem at work. He has been told that due to his absences, he may be licensed anytime. He's having a wife. He's having children going to school. And then now he don't know, he's not being able to sleep at night. He won't get his lump sum. He may be going on the streets anytime and he doesn't know any other work. At 40 years old, who will be taking him? There's another scenario. There's a lady who was married in her early age. She loved someone. Then that someone cheated on her. She's also having not 1, 2, 3 children. And then that lady, since she went away against her parental will and got married, now she can't go back to her parents' house. Even her parents are not well now. They are elderly people. Who will take care of her? She's having anxiety issues. She's feared to go outside. Maybe she don't have rice to cook for her children. She may be sleeping ventre vide, comment on dit. She's very much scared, and if she will be saying something, her husband may become violent against her. Third scenario, there's an 18-year-old boy, an adolescent. His mother and father separated. Broken family is like an epidemic now. Almost 30% of marriages are being broken. Now this guy, he had a family predilection of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a mental disease which will not be visible. It will be only visible after 25. He's hearing things. He's seeing things that others are not seeing. Will someone tell them that man of 40 years old, that lady with 3 children, and that boy of 18 years old, you need a professional help? Can he, will he think, will we be, I should go to the hospital? Who will be, I go to the accident and emergency department? No, but they are treating like heart attacks, they are treating like road traffic accidents. Will they understand my problem? Am I really having a problem? Will they think that I should go to Dr. Anjali, a psychologist? Maybe she can help me. But do we have that common knowledge? Like, should I go or not? Or if he will be meeting someone en bas la boutique, comme on dit, ou bien en bas pied-main, what will they be saying? Eh, te pas tromper-toi de haut. Qui traque taper de omi, risque sa affaire. Will he smoke or not? I would like to ask you. He's having sleep issues. He's having anxiety issues. He's having depression issues. And you know what's great?
No, sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask everyone to be standing in a minute? Okay, in about 2 minutes, just be standing. I'll come back again. The Honorable President of Mauritius is here. So in 2 minutes' time, he'll be gracing us with his presence. Carry on.
En bref, I will rush a bit now. In all these scenarios, if someone, his friend, who will be thinking that maybe I will be doing something, a favor for him, I will make him feel good tonight, I will be giving him something, and you may feel that that person, be it a man, a lady, or a youngster, he will be taking that drug. Why? Because it is easily available. We should acknowledge that. There is a major, major war which is going on here, along with the NADEC and us at the harm reduction unit. You know, this is called perceived reality. We may be thinking like, yeah, me, I have my father, my mother, my wife is cooking for me, I have my children, everyone is good, we are having good clothes. But is everyone really, really having that? Will he be having dinner on his table tonight? This problem, you know, many people, they don't know, they don't have that adaptive skill, they don't have that stress management skill. So for them, it's a refuge. Every time I'm having a stress, I will be going and taking that drug. Every time I don't know how to cope, I want to fly away from that reality, I will be taking that. But does it, where is le maladie là, eh? Where is the pathology? Where is the issue? Is addiction really an issue? Is really the first time I'm taking a drug, I will be addicted? Not necessarily. Addiction, the National Institute for Drug Administration tells us that addiction is a chronic brain disease with relapse. Every word has a meaning here. Chronic means that the person has been taking that substance for at least 2 months. It's a brain disease. Where in the brain? La cervelle. The junior minister told us, if you're having a problem, why not having a scan? Really, we have done the scan. Us, at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we have done the scan. The CT scan? No. The MRI? No. Even more advanced, the PET scan. In the PET scan, it's a positive emission topography. It's more advanced than the CT scan and the MRI. We have seen that it affects your midbrain. I'm going a bit technical. I'm a doctor after all, don't forget. So, you know, there is a hypothalamo-pituitary axis which gets disturbed. There's a ventral tegmental area and the nucleus accumbens. You know, we say we cannot combat something if we don't know what is that something. Now we know what is that something. This is how it becomes a pathology. C'est où là le maladie est. We have defined it. Now what to do? Give them methadone? Yeah, it's part of my job. But we don't have only methadone. We have Suboxone, we have naloxone, we have naltrexone. We have new drugs now. We have the quetiapine. We have the amitriptyline. We are giving everything, but still it's not enough. Then where is the issue? Where is the problem? This is why we have said that there is a model called the biopsychosocial model. It has a medical aspect, but it's only 1/3 of that. Then the psychological aspect, the stress come into play, the depression come into play, the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, comes into play. All this, when it comes into play, it won't need only medical management. There's also psychological need. This is why we are saying we need psychologists. We need psychologists. And will the psychologist be treating him? Many times we get that point. How many patients have you treated? Doctor, traitement la mort, c'est même ça? But it's not, if we will be going and limiting ourselves to only treatment, c'est fausse route. It's called prise en charge. It's management. We will be managing that patient. He's having symptoms. Là, tu dis, oui, traitement là, il traite des symptômes. Non, oui, yes. Then there's also the psychological aspect. We have psychiatrists. And then we have the social aspect. This is why I would like to thank a lot the Abhyas group for inviting me here to talk a bit now how the yoga comes into play. You know, what is yoga? We go simple. Yoga is connecting the mind with the body. And what is substance use disorder? It's disconnecting the mind and the body. So it's very, very closely related.
Thank you. Please be upstanding to welcome the President of the Republic of Mauritius. Please give a big round of applause, please, everybody. our chief guest of honor for this afternoon. Thank you very much. And of course, the Honourable Minister, Dr. Jyoti Jitan. And the Honourable His Excellency High Commissioner of India as well. Thank you very much. Please finish.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Minister Jyoti Jitan. I'm Dr. Duman Dharmesh from the Harm Reduction Unit. I was talking about addiction and how yoga can come into play. And I'm almost at the end of my speech. So I will just be concluding like, addiction is now a national issue. We are already doing the medical management part, the psychological part, we need help, and then the social aspect. We would like everyone to understand that indeed, when someone is taking drugs, it's not only Perodnisa, it's not only for the transgression they're doing, but it's also, there may be a hidden part, maybe there's a depression at the background, there's an anxiety issue at the background, there may be a bipolar disorder at the background, there may be schizophrenia at the background. So only stopping them, saying them, be abstinent, do a detoxification, and you will be fine, it's not the only solution. This is part of the treatment, but when I say we should now use the term prise en charge, we would like to englobe all this, and I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmesh Doman, for your thought-provoking discourse.
It is the character you evolve to become, overcoming all those limiting self-beliefs and blockages, which attracts the life you truly deserve without getting consumed by what you have accomplished. It is a sign of a sorted person.
I would now like to request Allah to felicitate Dr. Adwesh Kumar. Dr. Kumar is a senior consultant in minimally invasive surgery and director of Swastikam Foundation, Petit Havre, Mauritius, renowned for his expertise in kidney transplantation, laparoscopy, bariatric and gastrointestinal surgery, and urology. He combines clinical excellence with community service. As strategic advisor for Nous Étoiles, he mentors professionals and strengthens healthcare systems to enhance access and quality of care across Mauritius. He will discuss neuroplasticity and the role of awareness practices in enhancing mental well-being.
Namaste, good evening. Thank you, Abhyas, for giving me a chance to speak few words. Apart from my day-to-day activities, surgical practice, such a burning topic. His Excellency, President of Mauritius, Shri Dharam Gokulji, Honorable High Commissioner of India, Shri Anurag Srivastavji, all distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Before starting, I would like to say one word, that there is a stigma. Everybody thinks doctors are very strong. Doctors don't get any problem. And doctors never have any mental fatigue or anything. This is wrong. Doctors are worse than you. They have more problems, and mental fatigue problems. Let me touch the topic, doctor's point of view, mental well-being. All the panelists, all the previous speakers have spoken a lot about scientific reasons of mental well-being. I am touching here only the practical part. Next slide, please. You know, doctors are trained to heal others, except to heal themselves. They never care about them. Problem is, they always hide behind perfectionism and professionalism. They never think about what's happening to them because always they are in another world. They treat patient, they see everything in patient, but they are blind enough to see themselves. They don't diagnose themselves. You will see, I have taken some statistics, what's happening in the world with medical profession. WHO has said that 46% of healthcare professionals globally, they have issues of mental well-being. Mental well-being stigma is that we think if somebody has problem of mental well-being, they are psychiatric patients, but it's not. These two are different things. Mental well-being is a day-to-day problem. We all go through it. We all suffer through it. And we do not address it. Such a burning topic this is that it is affecting 90% population. We don't have all the data, but it is said that each and every corner, you start from childhood, they have mental issues. They are the one which needs to be addressed at that level. We don't do that. We take it, no, child is naughty. That's why he's behaving like that. But yes, mental well-being is there also. So I mentioned 90%, I mean it. 90% means all generations are affected by mental well-being problems. Next slide, please. A rate of anxiety and depression in doctors, medical professionals, 2 times higher than normal population, 2 times higher. A rate of suicides, more than normal population, especially female colleagues, female doctors, they have even higher rates of suicides and problems. What is the reason? There are many reasons for this, which is not addressed at all. These are moral injury. Moral injury is it's a conflict between the system and your values. You think I am the state. I am giving this diagnosis, this is correct. But if somebody questions you, you feel no, it's not correct. I was right, he is wrong. So this is the conflict, moral injury. Chronically, if it is not addressed, it gives problem. Chronic overload. Many doctors you will see, if you go to hospital, you will see the emergency department doctors, they work in shift. One doctor sees around 100 patients. If you talk to 10 people in one day, you will feel how tired you are. Doctor talks to 100 people. It's not 100 patients. He has to talk to all relatives. He has to satisfy everyone. How he can do all these things? Cannot. But we are expected to do that. I am not defending doctor's role. I am saying that mental well-being is needed there also. It has to be addressed. It has to be limited. What is the number? How many patients a doctor is supposed to see properly in a good condition of his mind? Because if they are exhausted, if they are not good frame of mind, do you think they are going to treat you properly? No, definitely no. So overload, very bad shiftings, duty hours, these are to be addressed to make it better. Emotional fatigue. Somebody is working day night. He has a family life. He keeps on getting phone from his home. You're not here. So same time, he is dealing all these things and then he is working there. This is a part of mental well-being. We have to address all these things. Here, one doctor, as all of you know, which had happened in 2020, I want to highlight that. Next slide, please. All of you know about Dr. Lorna Breen. She was the dynamic doctor of ER department in Manhattan. During COVID time, she used to work 16 hours, 18 hours a day. Later on, she had herself COVID. She came out of that and she kept on working. One day she went home, she was not able to get up from her bed. She called a friend that I'm not well. My hands are not moving. People thought she is pretending. She doesn't want to work. She doesn't want to do the duty. And she had phobia. She's going to lose her job. How will she survive? How will she do all these things? Finally, she committed suicide. She died of that. When she died, then people started searching what was the reason, why she died like that, why it was not addressed before. Condition of United States of America is that every day, more than 100 undergraduates are committing suicide there. More than 100. There is a data confirming that. It is there. So when she died, then they made the foundation, then they made a lot of things. She had family, she was a daughter, she was a sister. But that time it was not addressed because this was a condition of mental well-being which was not addressed properly. Next slide, please. The hidden epidemic. Rates of, as I mentioned, rates of depression and anxiety 2 times more in doctors. Rate of suicides very high. And how to handle these things to avoid the crisis. We are going towards crisis. You know, new trend is, if you go to any school, take out the statistics. Out of 100, only 5% students are willing to join medical profession. Once upon a time, it was the most demanding profession. But because of workload, because of anxiety, because of fatigue, nobody wants to join because they think you have to study a lot. And after that, when you pass, you spend 10, 15 years minimum to become a graduate, proper graduate, so that people can say you are a doctor. If you are MBBS doctor, nobody considers you doctor. They will think he is just a generalist. When you become a specialist, another 3, 4 years, then you have to do registrarship. Then you have to do training, proper training. Then you become a doctor. So this much time, this new generation is not ready to spend. If population will not be joining, what will happen to our normal population? Who will treat them? Who will take care of them? How to go ahead with that? So here also, I want to emphasize how to tackle this situation is very, very important. We are thinking only diabetes, blood pressure, cardiac problem and all are important. No. This is the foremost and most important topic to be addressed because only mental well-being issues relates high rate of diabetes. It's proven now. stress level, when you have high stress level, high cortisol level, all things are related scientifically. You are prone to have diabetes. You are prone to have heart problem. You might have heard just last month, there was a neurosurgeon in Chennai. He was taking round and he collapsed and he died. Postmortem showed he had a complete blockage of his heart arteries. He was never having any problem of medical issues, no diabetes, no blood pressure, no cardiac problem. How did he die? Because whole night he was operating. Next day he was taking round. So cardiac arrest can happen without immediate blockage. Immediate blockage can be caused by the spasm of the arteries. It's a fraction of a second. And if it blocks for a long time, you're gone. So this is a foremost condition which has to be addressed properly. Next slide, please. Burnout condition is situational. It happens in all professions. Everybody faces that when they are overworked, when they are overexerted with all the problems of work. And depression is pervasive. Chronic burnout can evolve depression if understood. Now, we have to address how to reduce this burnout problem, how to tackle it properly so that we can go in a proper direction. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, chronic stress affects brain. It changes structures inside brain. It changes work of neurons. It changes work of secretion from there, which ultimately affect our body. Next slide, please. So, the chronic stress gives high cortisol level. It affects a part of brain which is directly related to our memory, which directly relates to our day-to-day activities. So when there is a high cortisol level, that part gets damaged. It can be proven by the MRI also, what changes happen when there is a chronic stress and all, but we never do all this. Recovery practices are important. What are those practices? These are mindfulness, gratitude, rest, intermittent rest, very important part of day-to-day life. Next slide, please. Neurons that fire wire together. To emit neurons activity, it has to fire. But if we take proper measures, it can wire together. It can come back to normal things. It has power to recover. Neuroplasticity. Many speakers have already discussed a lot about neuroplasticity. Only few words that brain's ability to rewire can be achieved by practice like yoga, like rest, going into the different world of peace. That is very important for the recovery of damaged brain part. It's a very, very important. Repeated mental habits which is troubling us, like worry, empathy, criticism, we have to come out of that. And micro practices like breathing exercise helps a lot to generate new microcells inside brain, which gives a positive impact in our body. Next slide, please. Brain heals itself, but not just like that. We have to practice for that. We have to do things for that. Next slide. Awareness, which is very, very important. Awareness is noticing internal state without being judgmental. So that is one technique through which we can See, is there anything going wrong in our body? Early warning system has to be noticed. Burnout condition has to be noticed. And practices like mindfulness, conversation with your friends, with your seniors, with your all colleagues, discuss your problem. Tell everything. Don't keep inside. Don't judge yourself only. It helps. Reflective journaling after shifts. That also is very, very important to recover. Next slide, please. So the courage. Courage is important. Once you decide, once you think you can go ahead, you will go ahead. Next slide. Emotional storytelling, which was not practiced before, now it is a part for emotional storytelling. Collect all of them in lunch hour, talk to them for 10 minutes, discuss about something emotional, some story, which really touches your heart. So emotional storytelling is a part where brain has chance of recovering. Next slide. 4 A's. Always remember 4 A's. That is awareness, recognize your internal and external stress, acceptance, adjustment, modify your behavior. Don't try to change the world. Try to change yourself a little bit, modify. And alignment. Here, it's very important to change the duty hours, to change the way of working. If somebody is super specialist and he's not able to do his job because of the stress, give him a rest. Give him some assistant. Give him some people to help him without touching his dignity. Because in this profession, ego is so super, everybody thinks that they are the main who is treating whole world. But it is a part of mental illness. Medical profession have this. I accept this. This is a problem with medical professionals that they never think nobody else is better than them. They never accept that. So change in those natures are very, very important. Next slide, please. Systemic and cultural change. Make the workplace very nice, happy place, not a toxic place. Adjust. All bosses, all owners, all teachers, professors should address this. They should not think what was happening 50 years back. That was different time. Now, this new generation is not ready to accept any of directives. If you talk to them nicely, they are going to listen. If you direct them, they're not going to listen. So try to change the behavior. Try to change the system. Next slide, please. Supportive environment. That is important. Next slide. Now, one of previous speaker has talked a lot about AI. So now there is AI in mental health also. There is an app, Ivory. It's made in India. And if you use this app, it can give you signal when you are going out of the way, when you need rest, when you are having some internal issues, when you have to address your mental condition, when you have to stop. So this is an app, Ivory, which gives great help in mental well-being. Next slide, please. You must be thinking, oh, what is this slide I'm showing? But it is accepted now. Sweden has become the first country and only country in the world which can be prescribed on prescription legally by a doctor. To go to Sweden, have the culture environment, have the food, have the music, have everything to recover from mental illness. I'm not showing it just for fun. It is confirmed. It is the only country in the world, Sweden, which if government allows here, now the prescriptions are available. For prescription, you can write, yes, you need a break, you go to Sweden. I'm not promoting Sweden, it's fact. So travel is a medicine. When you are really tired, when you are out of your thing, please take a break. Next slide, please. So awareness is the healing. Next slide. These are the takeaway points. Self-compassion. Commit to one mindful act every day. If we care for the mind that heals, the healing never ends. Next slide. Thank you very much for giving me time to listen to me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar.
No matter where we reach, the idea of we as who we are remains the key to our well-being. We will now warmly welcome the IGCIC team to chant in Sanskrit. Thank you.
Asatamasat Gamaya Tamosoma Jyotirgamaya Nitamamritam Gamaya Shanti 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 Tat Sat Shanti Shanti तत्सत् संगच्छतं संवदतं संगो मनांसि जानतं संगच्छतं संवदतं संगो मनांसि जानतं समानो मन्त्र समीते समनी समानं मन सहचित्त में संगच्छत संवदत संगो मनांसि जानतं समानि वयाधूति समान हृदयानिव समानीव आधूति समान हृदयानिव समान वस्तुव मनो यथाव सुसहासति संगच्छतं संवदतं संगो मनांसि जानतं संगच्छतं संवदतं संगो मनांसि जानतं
Thank you very much to the IGCIC team for those beautiful chants. I think they deserve another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would now like to request Augusto to felicitate Dr. Shubhankar Mishra. Dr. Mishra is the Deputy Director General of the World Hindi Secretariat, Mauritius. He is a scholar, author, and cultural diplomat whose work bridges literature, education, and cultural diplomacy, advancing India's linguistic heritage, inclusive education, and civilizational wisdom through research, writing, and policy initiatives. He will present Sanskrit, the songs of the neurons, exploring its role in self-development.
संगच्छध्वम संवदध्वम संबो मनांसि जानताम। अभी हम सब ने सुना IGCICI की प्रस्तुति थी। हम साथ चलें, साथ बोलें, एक जैसा हमारा मन हो, ये संस्कृत की भावना है जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करता है। खैर, मैं अपने टॉपिक पर आता हूँ। Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, and members of the august gathering, all protocols observed. Abhivadaya Namaskaram. It is really a privilege to be here today, speaking on a theme that connects ancient with the modern. Sanskrit, the songs of the neurons. Since I have limited time to speak on such a broad topic, I'll keep it short and make sure to finish on time. Astu ko vilambaha shubhasya shighram. Let's begin this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, while speaking on the topic, some questions. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, while speaking on the topic, some questions that instantly come to our mind are, what is Sanskrit? What does the word Sanskrit actually mean? Where did it come from? How many variations does Sanskrit have? Why is it considered so special among the world's language? How is it connected with neurons, neuroscience, and modern fields like computer science and computational linguistics? I will try to explore the answer to these questions in this intellectual discourse. So first of all, let's tackle these simple yet fascinating questions that what is Sanskrit? What does the word Sanskrit actually mean? The word Sanskrit comes from the prefix sam, meaning perfectly, with the word root kri, meaning to make or to do, and the suffix ta, indicating completion. Thus, etymologically, Sanskrit means a refined language, a language crafted with precision, that it leaves almost no room for error in its grammar. It is important to remember that the Sanskrit we speak today is Laukika Sanskrit, or classical Sanskrit, which is altogether different from Vedic Sanskrit, the language of the Vedas. Around 520 BCE, before Common Era, the great sage Panini codified Sanskrit grammar in this monumental work, the Ashtadhyayi, 8 voluminous chapters of extraordinary precision. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanskrit that follows Panini's rule is what we call Laukik or classical Sanskrit, the refined, standardized, and highly systematic form of the language. In those days, when there was no widespread writing system, knowledge was passed through Vachika Parampara, the oral tradition, using sutras, mantras, and shlokas for easy memorization and smooth dissemination of information. Our Rishi Munis crafted each sutra and mantras with great precision, brevity, and a formulaic style. They were so concerned with brevity that even the saving of half a syllable, ardhamatra, in a sutra was celebrated as an achievement. As it is said in Sanskrit, ardhamatra laghaven putrotsavam manyante vayyakaranaha. Grammarians rejoice at the saving of even half a syllable, as if a child were born in their family. This practice, followed thousands of years ago by our great sages and seers, was a highly logical and scientific way of preserving and transmitting knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, it resembles how technology has evolved today, from bulky computers to slim laptops, from big-size floppy disks to tiny pen drives, and now to microchips and fiber optic networks, enabling vast amount of data to be shared instantly on a simple click of a mouse. Needless to say, the precision and brevity of Sage Panini's genius shine through his codification of Sanskrit grammar, almost like the modern algorithms practiced today. Next slide, please. Grammarian Panini's system, based on the 14 sacred sounds, the Maheshwara Sutras, revealed by Lord Shiva through his Damru, also known as the Shiva Sutra Jalam, forms the essence of the Sanskrit language, creating one of the most refined and systematic grammatical frameworks the world has ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, respecting my father's wish, I remember learning Sanskrit during my adolescent years. I learned the Maheshwar Sutrani by heart, and what I learned 35 years ago, without ever revisiting the original text since then, still echoes in my mind, word for word, in the same tone and tenor. This is a clear example of how Sanskrit plays a key role in strengthening our memory and learning. Today, I would like to share the Maheshwar Sutras with you in that same style and rhythm, and it goes like this. Ayun rilrik eong geo chai barat lan yamangaranam javai gadadak jabagadadas kapachatata chatatap kapayashasasa hal. So, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it amazing that even after so many years, I can still recall and recite them in a single breath? And in same rhythm, just like the Bollywood singer Shankar Mahadevan's iconic song, Breathless. Do you remember that song? I will help you to recall it. कोई जो मिला था मुझे ऐसा लगता था जैसे मेरी सारी दुनिया में गीतों की रुत और रंगों की बरखा है, खुशबू की आंधी है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं हैं. Like that. Ladies and gentlemen, just as a melody stays with us longer after it heard, the resonance of Sanskrit too lingers within us, not merely as words, but as vibration and energy. This vibration is what connects sound to consciousness and language to life itself. This is living proof of how Sanskrit preserves its sound, meaning, and memory. In our philosophical tradition, we consider sound that is nada as Brahma, meaning sound is indestructible. Very similar to the Almighty Brahma, the ultimate creator of universe. Akshar, Avinashi, Akhand, Amar. Imperishable, indestructible, infinite, and eternal. When we chant in Sanskrit, we are not just uttering words. As scientists tells us, we are engaging our neurons in a rhythmic and mindful dance. Each and every syllable vibrates, touching both the intellect and the inner self. A modern science explains neurons are tiny cells that carry message throughout our body, helping us to think, move, and feel. It is now well established that reciting Sanskrit verses, shlokas, mantras, or sutras activate both sides of the brain, the left for logic and right for creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, modern neuroscience now confirms what our rishis and munis intuited thousands of years ago. Chanting Sanskrit enhances memory, focus, and emotional balance, regulates breathing, calms the nervous system, and induces a meditative state, what psychologists call a state of flow. It is now scientifically proven that Sanskrit chanting can reduce stress, lower blood pressure, ease anxiety, relax the body, restore balance, and improve our cognitive performances. There is no doubt that the Sanskrit effect on our body and mind is truly multidimensional, mental, physical, and emotional. Let's have a look at this audiovisual clip to see what neuroscientists have to say about this. Next.
Scholars, how can they memorize vast texts such as Vedas and Upanishads as they are and pass it on to the next generation? Now, latest researchers have unraveled this mystery and named the phenomenon as Sanskrit effect. Here's a Doordarshan News exclusive report on Sanskrit effect. Take a look.
Sanskrit, which literally means perfected or refined, is one of the oldest human languages. Sanskrit is also regarded the world over for its unique way of learning, in which large texts are memorized verbatim. The four Vedas, the Upanishads, all have been preserved through this technique. While world over civilizations built large libraries to store knowledge, in India, through the tradition of Sanskrit, all the knowledge was stored in the human brain and passed from one generation to another. Since ages, this has been a mystery to the world. Now, through modern scientific research, this mystery seems to be unraveled at last. A study on Sanskrit effect, which has been reported in the journal Scientific American, has claimed that memorizing Vedic mantras enhances the brain regions associated with cognitive functions such as memory. The term Sanskrit effect was coined by American neuroscientist and Sanskrit scholar James Hartzell. Hartzell studied Sanskrit at Harvard and Columbia universities and cognitive neuroscience at the University of Toronto. He discovered that memorizing Vedic mantras increases the size of the brain regions associated with cognitive processes. Hartzell's report was tested when he and his colleagues from the University of Trento in Italy collaborated with Dr. Nandini Chatterjee Singh of the National Brain Research Centre at Manesar in Haryana. This extensive research has established that through this unique memorizing technique used in traditional Sanskrit learning, brain's capacity significantly increases.
What we did was we compared professionally trained Vedic pundits, Yajurveda pundits from the Delhi area with carefully matched controls. And we found really large differences in their gray matter and cortical thickness between the two groups. So this is what's called a cross-sectional study. And cross-sectional studies show you that the phenomenon that you're interested in, so in this case, we're looking, is there some relationship of the brain plasticity or the changes in gray matter that might occur from this practice? Can we see such a difference between, and the way you look for that difference is you compare the two groups.
ब्रेन के कौन से स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं वो बदले हैं औरों के मुकाबले, और यहाँ हम देखते हैं कि जैसे हम लोगों ने सोचा था कि हिपोकैम्पस या मेमोरी का वो हिस्सा जो है वो थोड़ा बड़ा हुआ था.
Group of highly specialized memorizers and reciters of Vedic Sanskrit and of associated texts. Is there structural plasticity in their brains that's probably related to that practice? And we showed that for sure. We showed very dramatic differences in brain structure.
Now we have a scientific evidence to prove why Sanskrit is called the perfect or refined language. Sunil Joshi's report, DD News.
Extraordinary memory power.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sanskrit shapes how we think. Its structures teaches precision, discipline, and clarity. Besides, its impact on our body has been far-reaching and immensely valuable. In the Kathopanishad, it is said, Atma Vari Drashtabhyaha. This means Vidya, the knowledge, is meant for illumination and not just for accumulation. In today's fast-paced world, Sanskrit invites us to return to silence and listen to the music within. Sanskrit is a timeless bridge between science and spirituality, between neurons and the soul, making Sanskrit truly the songs of the neurons. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sanskrit is truly the songs of the neurons. Thank you for listening to me, and also to thank you Abhyas Yoga, IGCIC, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Dhanyavadaha, Jayatu Sanskritam, Jayatu Bharatam, Jayatu Mauritius. Last slide, please. Audio.
भाति में भारतम भूतले भाति में नारदम भारतम भाति में भारतम भूतले भाति में नारदम भारतम.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for sharing about the power that Sanskrit has on our self-development and inner transformation.
As we are vibrating at some level of frequency, Sanskrit could be the most conducive language to align with that energy where we are most productive, where we are optimized at our productivity level. We now invite you to experience a very special experiential session called Need of the Hour with Abhyas instructor Ishmeet. This session includes breath awareness and conscious body movements to strengthen mind-body resilience.
We hope you will enjoy the session.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome, everyone, for this lovely national conference. My highest regards to His Excellency, the President of Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency High Commissioner of India, and Mrs. Jyoti Chaitanya, Honorable Minister, and all the ministers and dignitaries and all the participants that are here with us today. Thank you for your presence today. So as we go forward with our next segment, that is need of the hour. We have talked about the mental well-being for the entire event today. But if I ask you, is mind a bad friend? Is mind an enemy of us? No. Mind is actually not an enemy of us. It's actually a friend. It's a best friend, actually. If we can think what we can achieve through our mind, we can achieve anything and everything if we put our mind into it, if we put our conscious mind into it. But at the moment, what is happening is that our mind is actually controlled by my residual memory, by my emotions, by my habitual patterns. Usually, what do I usually say? That I'm feeling agitated. My mind is feeling agitated. But if I ask you, have we seen the mind? Where is the mind? Can we see it? Can we touch it? No. But whatever is happening in our mind, whatever thought process is coming into my mind, who is putting it into action? It is our body. Whatever the thoughts that are influenced by my emotion, by my memories, the past conditioning, if the thought process is coming from that residual memory and I'm putting into action, so it is my body who is putting into action. If I can just control my body, even if the thought is there, I can observe my thoughts. I can observe my feelings. I can just be a witness. I can choose to have the power to not let my emotions, my feelings become an action. But at the moment, what happens? That my mind becomes my body becomes the mind. And my mind is right now influenced by my senses, by my memories again. So, bringing us to this present moment, like we said, that if I have to change something, if I have to control, I have to transmute my emotion, then I have to work on this body, because this body that I know right now, I can see it, but I can't see my mind. So if we just bring ourselves to this memory, this body, which has all the memories in it, memory inside, in the way, like we all have cellular memory. Everybody has heard about cellular memory. It's something happens and you touch, and then it stays in your body. And we start to operate from that memory. And now, as we continue that cycle over and over again, what happens? It becomes my habit. And then my whole process is that I will act in that memory only. But if I have to create a gap, if I just create a gap between my thoughts, my emotions, and my actions, I can transmute anything and everything. So what we say, mind being being an enemy, is actually he's a friend. If it is transmuted in a right way, if it is not influenced by my conditioning, by my patterns, by my habits. So coming back to this body, I can see this body. So we will work on this body. And if we ask how this body regulates, what is it that regulates my body, without which I can't live? Is it our breath? I can live without food. I can live without water for some time. I can live without any, attachment that may I have. But if I stop breathing right at this moment, I will not be conscious. I will be unconscious. So my body is being regulated by my breath. So if I just bring myself to this breathing and create that gap with my breath in between my actions and my emotions, I can transmute anything. And if we talk about mental well-being is something that it's not like, can I imagine like everything going really well every time? We can't. There will be something outside of us that will challenge, that will, be a barrier there. But how I see it, how I perceive it, it is onto my thought process. It is how I perceive things. Things may be in a very berserk way, but if I act out of it, the things are happening on its own. But how I see it, how I perceive it, actually make the difference. So if we attune ourselves just with the breath to that frequency where our body and mind are in harmony, then we can see how we can transmute anything that happens. And we can see the conflict actually. Right now, the body and mind are in disharmony. If we just put one finger underneath our nose here, close your eyes, just observe your breath. Just observe which part of your nostril, which side of the nostril is more active. Is it the right or the left? And slowly open your eyes and release your hand. Now if we just observe, one nostril is more active than the other. And as we learned in the previous one as well, the brain, so our left nostril is connected to our right brain, and the right nostril is connected to our left brain. If there is a disharmony in my both side of the nostril, there will be disharmony in my sides of the brain as well. So if I can just bring that balance together at a certain level where they both are in harmony, then I will be more concentrated, more focused, and my mental well-being will be at the right place. But it doesn't happen over time, just overnight. It happens with the practice. Even if we are saying this, I'm hearing myself again and again right now. I'm embedding that, trying to embed that in my body as well, because my body is functioning with the memory. So I'm feeding myself here. So we will all bring ourselves to our breath for next few minutes. It won't be too long, I promise. So if we just keep our spine straight, back and neck erect, close your eyes. Keeping your spine straight is really important so that we can completely breathe in through our lungs, through our abdomen, The breath should go deep within our abdomen. Slowly breathe in your abdomen. Expand your abdomen out. And as you exhale, withdraw your abdomen towards the spine. Slowly inhale in your abdomen. And completely exhale through your abdomen. We can place our hands above the knees, palm facing up. If you can touch the tip of an index finger and tip of a thumb together, and keeping the rest 3 fingers pointing out, and just bring your awareness to your breath. And try to exhale longer than the previous one. Try to lengthen your exhalation as much as possible. Just slowly inhale in your abdomen and completely exhale through your abdomen. Inhale in your abdomen, expand your abdomen out. And exhale to bring your abdomen towards the spine. Continue this breathing for a little moment. And try to create a gap between your breath, between each cycle. As you inhale, expand your abdomen, hold your breath in, and exhale completely, and hold your breath out. Slowly inhale in your abdomen, expand your abdomen, hold your breath in, and exhale to bring your abdomen in towards the spine, and hold your breath out. Continue this breathing for a little moment, creating a gap longer and longer with each cycle. As we create this gap, we are bringing ourselves to this present moment where we are not dictated by the past memories, where we are not influenced by my emotions or what I am feeling, but I just become a witness and bring myself to this present moment. if I just allow myself to be a witness to whatever I'm feeling, and if there is a gap, that gap will help to transmute that feeling into something that is more aligned to my highest purpose, to my highest self. If I just take care of this body, if I just become a witness to the rigidity that I may have, that I may be feeling through this body. If my body is rigid, my mind cannot become a conscious mind. So as we exhale longer, we try to let go of all the rigidity that I may be carrying through this body. Let go of all the identifications that I may have made about myself. And just be a mere witness. As I become more aware, more conscious, more present of this present moment, I will see how my words are getting pure. Whatever I do, whatever I speak, or how I conduct myself, there is a change in my behavior. There is a change in my conduct. There is a change in my perspective towards all the things that are happening around. So just becoming a witness and not letting my feelings become the action. Behaving better than what I am feeling. I may feel a little restless or feeling agitated, or lots of thoughts may come, but just become a witness. Just observe how these feelings influence my body, my actions. Slowly exhale through your abdomen completely. And slowly inhale from your abdomen. As we regulate this breath, we are aligning our breath to that higher frequency, to that universal law, which acts completely opposite to our residual memory. As we inhale, we are aligning ourselves to more towards our higher self, to all the attributes, and letting go all the identity, the rigidity, the patterns that I have created. slowly inhale and completely exhale and feel the silence. And we will just allow ourselves to change something within, to let the change happen within as we take a next deep breath in and completely out. Now slowly just allow yourself to listen to the sound that comes next. Just be a witness and allow the change to happen through the sound, through the voice of the next person that will be singing. Just align yourself to this present moment.
बार बार वंदन करूं सद्गुरुदेव हमार यहाँ वहाँ सब धाम में महिमा जनधीन वंदन करे के विधि के जैसे पार पार की गमने नमो नमो गुरुदेव महिमामित अपार है सब देवों का देव शरणागत मोहि राखे
करो चरण रज से। चक्षु के चेतन करन को एक मेरे हो मिला। ऊर्ध्व भूमि को चढ़ी सको अन्य न कोई उपाय। मन सूरत के उड़त है बाहर दृश्य पसार। जीव भूल निज रूप को भटक रहे संसार। सुख शांति सबको मिले यह उपदेश हमारा। सारा विश्व हमार है हम है सब संसार। हे प्रभु शांति प्रदान कर दूर हो सर्व शांति। देव सदा फल शांतिमय शांति शांति सुख शांति। Slowly bring your awareness to your breath. Bring your hands together, rub your palms. Place it on your eyes. To your whole face. Take it to your whole body. Bring your both hands in front of your face. With few blinks, open your eyes. Look to your palms and relax. So if we just allow ourselves to be with the breath, we have the power within to transmute any challenge, any emotion into something that is more aligned to ourselves. So if you just just allow yourself 5 minutes for the day and practice this, you will see the changes happening in your body, in your conduct, in your behavior, and even in your speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, it's taken a bit of time. We've gone very much over time. So in the interest of speed, I would like to also now invite His Excellency Mr. Anurag Srivastav, the High Commissioner of India, to speak on the element of well-being. And yes. Okay. All right. But just before that, we would like to invite the Honorable President of Mauritius to come on stage. Mr. Manish will be felicitating him. And we understand it's also a rather special day for our President today. It's his birthday, ladies and gentlemen. Please wish him a very happy birthday, a very happy Mauritian birthday.
Namaskar. Dr. Jyoti Jitan, Honorable Minister, His Excellency Sri Anurag Srivastavji, and Abhyas management and all well-wishers, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. First of all, I'm very happy to have come and been part of this national conference. When we agreed about the program, I thought I'll come at a particular time and leave because I have got so many commitments. I hope you will understand. Because I have many commitments, even during the weekend. So, nevertheless, the fact that I'm present, I'm with you, right? I would like to thank the organizers. I think this is a very important conference on the theme of mental health, mental well-being. And I look at the program and I must first of all congratulate the organizers for having brought together so many eminent personalities to talk on so many of the issues related to mental health. I show my appreciation. I would like to express my appreciation for this important conference, and I hope there will be some follow-up activities. Secondly, I want to thank you. You see, you have wished me for my birthday, and His Excellency knows I was talking to him in the morning. My birthday is very simple. It's a simple family thing. So that's about it, but thank you for your blessings. The third thing I'm going to mention is that I was mentioning it to the director of Abhyas, that this conference is extremely, extremely important for the public, but also for policymakers. Very important. So my suggestion would be to Abhyas, you have a website, and all of you have prepared, made wonderful presentations. Why not gather all the inputs and put them on the website so that people who are interested, and this is going to be an issue in the day, bigger issue in the days to come. So I would make a humble request to all resource persons who have made presentations. Do please work with Abhyas and try to gather all this information. There's a lot of useful insights that must have come up, and all this will be very useful for the public at large and for policymakers. So with these words, I would like to apologize once again because I have to leave, but I'm leaving you in the good hands of my good friend, Dr. Jitan, who will step in for me, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, and namaskar.
Thank you very much to the President, and I think he's gone off to enjoy his birthday party, so I hope he has a lovely evening. We now invite His Excellency, Mr. Anurag Srivastava, High Commissioner of India, to speak on the element of mental well-being. I would like to request Allah to facilitate the High Commissioner of India to Mauritius. His Excellency, High Commissioner of India, is a career diplomat who joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1999. He has served as Joint Secretary, Director General in the Ministry of External Affairs, handling India's relations with Nepal and Bhutan, official spokesman for the ministry and India's ambassador to Ethiopia, Djibouti, where he was also a permanent representative to the African Union.
Honorable Mrs. Jyoti Jitan, Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning, Mr. Manish Doma, President, Abhyas School of Yoga, distinguished guests, respected colleagues and dear friends. It is a pleasure to be here to mark the World Mental Health Day 2025. And I think eminent speakers have already spoken before me. I'm no subject expert, so I'll be brief. I always believe that one should speak only to the extent of adding value to the subject, which I'll try and do. Essentially, we all know that the World Mental Health Day is a reminder of a simple but powerful truth, and that truth has been expressed in the theme of this conference, which is that mental health is a fundamental part of our overall well-being. And this theme also reminds us that mental health is not the privilege of a few. It is a universal right today. Friends, we have emerged from what was possibly the worst pandemic of the last 100 years. And the COVID-19 pandemic has left us with an experience of pain, of isolation, of uncertainty, of loss for some of us. And we have felt how fragile as well as how vital mental health is in these times. Even after this pandemic, we continue to experience the day-to-day challenges of life, whether it is in terms of domestic and workplace stress, whether it is in terms of pressure on the social media, whether it is in terms of the constant rush that we face in the digital world. And our mind is always trying its best to find balance and harmony between all these challenges. So, what I would like to share with you is what has been my country's journey in facing these challenges. Our approach to mental health has been holistic. It combines a rights-based framework with clear policy direction and implementation. And let me expand on this. Our National Mental Health Policy 2014 and the Mental Health Care Act 2017, they enshrine access to mental health as a statutory right. And this is to ensure dignity, inclusion, and access to care for all facing mental health challenges. We have in our country today a free and universal healthcare system which provides health and wellness services to all citizens. It is called the Ayushman Arogya Mandir scheme. And mental health care is mainstreamed in this healthcare service. How do we do this? We do this by expanding services at the primary healthcare level, by offering insurance for mental health conditions, and through a national tele-mental health program, which I'll talk about later. Speakers before me mentioned the element of stigma. And in order to address this, it is important to create awareness, to reduce the stigma and insensitivity. I would say that much work has been done, particularly by celebrities in the country who have come out in the last few years to discuss, to talk about mental health issues. But if there is one individual who has made mental health conversations mainstreamed in our country, who has ensured that mental health is part of household conversation, it is our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. Through Man Ki Baat and other national platforms, our Prime Minister has urged us to embrace both the strength of our traditional medicine systems as well as modern innovation to address mental health care challenges. And talking of modern innovation, we are trying to combine the power of AI, and I understand there has already been an exposition on that. So we are trying to combine the power of AI and digital technology to create mental health solutions which are affordable, accessible, and truly inclusive. The tele-mental health solution which I mentioned is called Telemanas. Now, Telemanas is a 24/7 toll-free helpline which is available in 20 of our languages. And it was launched about 3 years back. It has made mental health care accessible to millions across the country, particularly in rural areas where the healthcare system has not been able to sometimes provide the kind of access that we would require. And it has provided the much needed timely support. And it is done through a two-tier mechanism. The first tier is the immediate support, which is provided through counselors, through mental health specialists. The second tier is a support which is provided through physical consultations, even video conferencing with doctors at the district level. And in these 3 years, the Telemanas has received over 2.5 million calls. And what is unique probably is that a significant number of these calls are coming from youth between the ages of 18 to 24. The program's ability to scale up mental health solutions to ensure that it is inclusive, to ensure that it reaches the grassroots level is something which is now recognized across the world, including by the World Health Organization. Turning towards our traditional medicine systems, we are trying to integrate yoga and Ayurveda into our mental health initiatives. And this is done not only through standalone practices of yoga, but also providing yoga and Ayurveda as complementary therapies to Western medicine. You all have heard of the International Day of Yoga and how it has emerged as a mass movement to promote yoga, including its benefits for mental health. On the other side, on the Ayurveda side, we have ongoing research right now in India on how we can tailor Ayurvedic interventions for mental health care solutions for some of the most serious disorders. And this is essentially being done by looking at the basic theory of Ayurveda, which looks at the doshas, the Vat, Pitta, and Kapha dosas, and to try to find the neurobiological basis for it. This is an ongoing research, and we are confident that this will this will show us the way forward in terms of using Ayurveda on a scientific basis to treat serious mental health disorders. Turning to Mauritius, Ayurveda has a special place here. It is probably amongst the few countries outside India where Ayurveda is part of the government healthcare system. And this provides us opportunity to work together to harness this power of our traditional medicine to provide for better mental well-being. During the recent state visit of Prime Minister Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam, an important announcement, several announcements were made, but important announcement in the area of Ayurveda was made, which was to set up the Center of Excellence for Ayush in Mauritius. We are very optimistic that once this center is set up, which will be fully funded by the Government of India, it could spearhead many such efforts to look at mental health care solutions and mental well-being. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would again like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Abhyas School of Yoga for taking this initiative to organize this national conference on mental well-being. And as we mark this World Mental Health Day 2025, through awareness, action, and compassion, let us build a future together where every mind is cared for, every life is valued, and every community thrives in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now invite the Honourable Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning of Mauritius. Please welcome the Honourable Jyoti Jeetan. Mrs. Jeetan is a seasoned leader with extensive experience in global finance and national development. She has held senior roles in investment banks in London, including Merrill Lynch, Bank of America, BNP Paribas, and has served as Deputy Director of EU ACP Organization. I would like to request Ala to facilitate Minister Jeetan, please. Merci. Oui, oui. And Minister, Honourable Minister, yes. Well, there we go. It's very heavy, she says. When you have completed your speech, I'll request you humbly to remain on stage. Thank you.
Good evening and namaskar, everyone. I know it's running quite late for many of you who've been here for a long time. So I'll try to be brief, and I hope, as His Excellency Anurag Srivastavaji just said, that we can add, some value to what has been said during this very long and comprehensive day. So, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a privilege and an honor to be given this platform to say a few words on such an important subject. And I really thank Abhyas and the Indira Gandhi Cultural Center for this initiative and for also inviting me and giving me this platform to say a few words on this subject. You all know Deepak Chopra, who has said that the mind is part of the body and that the mind-body connection is very important, because if the mind is not healthy, then, and if the mind is not at peace, then it invites all sorts of illnesses and problems. And many studies, and we saw a few just now, have shown that the mental health and being, at peace in your mind can help you face a lot of challenges and difficulties and even illnesses. And I have experienced that firsthand. My mother was bedridden and very ill for a very, very, very long time, actually for 15 years. She suffered from severe arthritis and was bedridden for those years. For a long time, I was not here, but when I came back in 2016, I used to spend my weekends with her. So I would go, and because she we wanted to keep her entertained, and I would spend my weekends with her. And she would always be, those who suffer from arthritis get a lot of pain. But I never ever saw a sign of pain on my mom's face. She was always glowing with energy and light. And that was because some phase in her life, she joined a group called Brahma Kumaris in Mauritius, and she was doing meditation every day. She became such a powerful meditator that she was able to fight those years and years of pain and being subject to a four walls on her bed through the power of that meditation. And I've never ever, until her last day, seen her complaining or saying anything that, I'm not well today, I'm in pain. In fact, when she was sick, we would have to force her to go to a doctor or take her to a clinic, because she would always refuse to go to see a doctor. She acknowledged, and it was part of her life to be sick, and she would say, no, this is the way life is, and she wouldn't want to go to see a doctor. So the power of meditation is so incredible that for years, as I said, and I take inspiration, and my whole family takes inspiration from the strength and resilience of my mother, who for so long, just on the strength of meditation, could fight, not physically, because she couldn't fight physically, but at least mentally through meditation. And secondly, I think I would like to celebrate what India has given to the world. Thousands of years ago, meditation and yoga started in India. I first came to experience yoga when I was in London, and I was saying to Mrs. Kanambani and Manish that my first experience of yoga was in London. And to tell you how much awareness there is today in the West about meditation and yoga. Working in the city, as you know, is very, very stressful world. You are working long hours, dealing with, money, but, with a lot of zeros, you don't even count how many zeros there are. And there were every gym in the banks had yoga classes. And that's where my first experience of yoga came. And perhaps there is not enough of that in Mauritius. And as Mr. President just said, we have to make sure that this becomes part of policy in Mauritius as well. And the West has, India has given us yoga and meditation, and the West has adopted that, and it's become so much mainstream today. Mindfulness is now part of the National Health Service prescriptions to be able to do mindfulness. I was also talking about earlier today the schools in the UK. My children are in the UK, and my son has two little boys who go to primary school, to a Sansop of a Hindu primary school, which happens to be where they are, where they live. And those little boys, they do yoga and meditation every day at school. To tell you that this is a mainstream UK school where they are teaching from very, very young age, from reception age, children to do yoga and meditation. And this is the power of what India has given to the world, and that we really must celebrate together. So, as we live in a very, very disruptive world, we spoke, Ambassador Ji spoke about COVID. We're living through all this very technological disruption, very, very tense world with, high inflation, cost of living crisis, families having all sorts of issues. And the biggest, perhaps, challenge of all time is the social media and mobile phones and our smartphones that we can't leave, aside. How do we navigate in all of this? How do we adapt? How do we collaborate? And how do we succeed as individuals, as communities, and as a nation? And it is very important then that we have the right balance of our minds. So if a nation's financial and economic resilience depends on the mental resilience of its citizen. We cannot have people and population who are suffering from anxiety, uncertainty, or burnout, because that weakens productivity, that creates, creativity and innovation. I think Dr. Kumaro, one of the previous speakers, spoke about becoming aware and then accepting. That's people who are in public life, people who are leaders. And His Excellency also spoke about stigma. Just becoming aware, and even as a person, as an individual, accepting that one has a mental health issue is a challenge in itself. For us leaders, we always in denial because we're supposed to show a face of strength, of resilience. We are public persons. We're not allowed to be weak or seen to be weak. And so we often live in denial, and we refuse to acknowledge that we're suffering from burnout, from anxiety, from depression. Some of you will remember Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, a few years ago, who gave up her job as the Prime Minister, resigned as Prime Minister, and as the leader of the Labour Party, because she said her tank was empty. And so that requires a lot of people, commented that very differently. But just imagine the courage that requires for the Prime Minister of a country to come in front of the nation and the world to say, I acknowledge that I had enough. I have no more fuel in the tank to continue. And that's very, very, very rare in the world for public persons to acknowledge that they have this problem. And I think there's so much stigma about these things. And we need to be able to educate the world, but also societies not to stigmatize this and to accept this, that even leaders can be vulnerable and even leaders can have mental health challenges. And maybe I'll just end with my own personal journey. Some of you will know that, I grew up in quite humble background. I didn't go to university until I was a mature person. So I was married. I had 2 little kids. I got married very young. So I had to combine work. I had to combine studies. I had to combine family life. And within all of that, having mental balance and mental strength, you don't even think about it because you say you're a strong person and you have to face all, and you get on with your life every day. As many women will understand, you wake up, you have to cook and plan and organize and food and work and travel and shopping and all of that. And you don't think about your own mental health, and you don't think about, what is it that you don't have any me time. And I have gone through that journey for a very, very, very long time. Today, I value my me time, even if it is for 5 minutes in the morning, my tea with myself in the quiet, dawn, when I wake up quite early in the morning. So I would really, and I have for a long time said to myself, I'm a strong person. I am not vulnerable, because you have to project that image to your family, to the community, to your employees, and to everyone around you, that you're a strong person. So you try to not look after yourself. You try not to have your own me time. And I think that's very important. And I have myself started doing that, spending some me time, even if it is that 5 minute having tea with yourself every morning. So with that, I would say, Abhyas, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for listening to me. And thank you to India for giving us yoga and meditation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for that beautiful discourse. And a lot of what you've said has really resonated personally with me. We come from a similar background in terms of our profession. You're in Montchwazi and I'm also in the real estate sector. So it's an honor to have you here again. I'd like to invite very quickly, again, we need to move on. I know everybody wants to go home. So Mr. Anurag Srivastav, His Excellency the High Commissioner of India, to come on stage, and also our President of Abhyas, Mr. Manish Duma, also to come to proceed very quickly towards the awards ceremony to facilitate all the members. And also, I think Mr. Manish has an announcement you'd also like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I know we're running late. Just quickly, I would like to announce that we are privileged to share that several esteemed personalities have already consented to serve as members of the Advisory Board of Abhyas. Apologies, our founder, Sri Namdevji, is not here, and one of our overseas member, Professor Sandeep Patra, who is a scientist and dean at the Central University of Rajasthan, is not here, he's in India. But I would like to call upon Sri Tony Lee, please, if you could step up, please. And then you have Sri Santoki ji. please. And then Sarju ji. And Nalini Gopal, unfortunately, she's not here today, and myself. So we are part of the advisory board. And thank you. So we're going to call upon the kids to facilitate them. I would like all the, His Excellency Shri Anurag Devji and Honorable Jyoti Jitanji and board members to facilitate the kids for us, please. And Kadamini ji, please, if you could come on stage, please. Yes. Yeah, this is the one.
We will now present the awards to our young performers from Govind Raman School and Children's Foundation. From Govind Raman School, Bodlu Shayan, Ayush, Lucas, Vicky, Angelina, Nishka. A round of applause. Amedi, Zion, Jason, Atharva, and Levish. Then we'll be presenting the awards to our children from Children's Foundation. We have Alevi, Yashi, Usha, Christabella, and Vignesh. Can all members please stay on stage for a group photo? Arakion, Director of SENA, requesting her to please come to the stage. And Miss Anisha, please, from the Govind Raman Foundation. Thank you.
Please stay for a group photo. A round of applause to our dedicated directors. Without them, these children's performances would be very challenging indeed, so thank you so much. Please, directors, if you could return to your seats. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our dignitaries. Apologies again for the delay in time.
We will now welcome Tony Lee to remain on stage for the closing reflections and the upcoming forum acknowledgements. Thank you.
This brings our event to a close. Today we have explored diverse perspectives and practices, and we hope it has offered a moment for us all to reflect on how ancient wisdom, when applied in modern contexts, can bring transformative changes to our mental and emotional well-being. I want to quote Swamiji Namdeo. He said, "The reason why we must make our mind the best friend ever is its ability to change to any narrative which is best suited for our growth, despite any effect of an incident outside." And no later than I think yesterday or the day before, he said, we need to work on the mind to have a mind well formed, but not a mind well informed in today's world where we have an overdose of information. May this gathering mark the beginning of a movement, one that nurtures mental resilience, strengthens inner capability, and unlocks our innate potential. As we look ahead, Abhyas Institute of Universal Awareness envisions continued collaborations with experts and partners across Mauritius and beyond to create opportunities to enhance mental well-being through Abhyas-led programs, workshops, courses, and retreats. Strengthen the Abhyas Research Hub to advance evidence-based initiatives for long-term impact. Foster partnerships to host nationwide conferences with the potential for global reach and awareness. I want to close in thanking various people and organizations. So we extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency, our President, Mr. Dharamveer Kakul, and First Lady, who had to leave us. The Honorable Charity Jitan, Minister of Financial Services and Economic Planning of Mauritius, which personal story really touched me and very inspiring. The Honorable Anishta Babura, Junior Minister of Health and Wellness. The Honorable Babita Tanu, local MP of Constituency number 8. His Excellency, Mr. Anurag Srivastava, High Commissioner of India to Mauritius. Mr. Vimal Sharian, Deputy High Commissioner of India. Ms. Katila Law, Deputy High Commissioner of Australia. All members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Kirshnoyal Ganga, Honorary Consulate of Israel. Mr. Nikesh Chandra Patel, Honorary Consulate of Rwanda. Dr. Kadam Bini Acharya, Director of IGCIC. Our sincere thanks also go to all our VIP guests, keynote speakers, volunteers, sponsors, and exhibitors, whose presence and contribution have made today's event truly meaningful. We also extend our gratitude to our sponsors, without whom this event would not have been successful. I'll name them: Cadila Pharmaceuticals, Bank of Baroda, Microlabs, and Richilok Limited. And finally, a warm thank you to each of you, our esteemed guests, for your participation, engagement, and support, and to stay with us 1 hour after what was supposed to be finished. Thank you so much for your patience. I'll finish with this. We did hear about talking about love, how important it is, and also what we need to unite our hearts. But in the words of Namdeo, he says, one breath can dissolve all issues of your life. It can dissolve all the pain. I'll end with that. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for your patience. So can I request that Abhyas teams and board members come to the stage for a group photo? And I'll request also our dignitaries, please, to come to the stage. His Excellency, Honorable Minister, thank you. Can we also get maybe speakers?
This is just for Abhyas and the board.
A big round of applause for the team of Abhyas. I think it was a great event that we put up. Is that the only member of the team? Is that it? And the board members? Thank you very much. Can I request that will conclude our official program. So I think since we're not very numerous, normally on the right-hand side are all the VIP guests and dignitaries, on the left-hand side, the rest. But I think, you can use any side to leave the hall. Thank you very much.
May I have the attention, please? Please go to the left side of the exit gate for the refreshments. We have the refreshments outside. Bon appetit.
Okay, it's in the same place.
It's on the side, like, on the left side.
We're not all going to the same place.
I think they will.
योग न जानना को अर्थ धार